Alright, welcome. Good evening. So just 1 minute before stream starts, there's a request to do word changes. It actually seems like the volume is, even at 50%, a little bit loud for us. There. Is that better? There's a new patch, and that made music audible, which is very... definitely preferable. How's your computer running today? I don't know. I just turned it on. Yesterday, we had a lot of problems. 2 crashes in the first hour, and then I made a change, and then it didn't happen. But now I made 2 changes, so now I need to figure out one of them. So if it crashes now, we think it is, or I think that it's the HD 60S Plus device. PrimeDead doesn't think so. But I do. The reason I do that is because my experience with the Elgato add-ons is they work brilliantly, but they are super crashy. So, yeah. They are just... like every time when there's a crash, I have lost sort of the drives for the USB drive, and then... so when I boot up my PC again, it doesn't work. And then I can't see the camera. There's just no connection. It has no... I can disable the device. I can turn it on again. It doesn't work. I have to unplug it, plug it in, start a special software, let that find the camera, and then load up the stream. It sucks. So I'm not so sure that it's only a heating issue. I'll just open the hardware in hardware monitor as well, just to keep that running, and then we'll see. Maybe there's also, I don't know, maybe there's a million other things that are off as well. But let's give it a shot. What more can we do? Let's see. So yeah, so is it gonna be the last episode of Techtonica? It might be, because I don't think we have anything left once we build a little bit bigger factory. And then because my thought is that the game doesn't have enough content to sort of build for the sake of building. And it's fun, but it's also, I'd rather just come back in maybe a couple of months time when there's more content, and then just play some more instead of just trying to force it right now to get to sort of strain it and then get sort of burn out on instead of coming back. So the Discord, is it in... That's true. Yeah, the reason why it's... yeah, it is true. But that's because you chose to play something else on... on Tuesday. There we go. There you go. Now it is fully updated. Damn. Well, I guess you just have to show up every day and endure whatever I have on the agenda. I've also added that I'll be taking Friday off instead of Saturday. I think that's yeah, that's how it's gonna be. I'm going away for a little bit of a weekend trip on Friday to Saturday, and then I should be back Saturday evening, but you never know. So yeah, it got inverted because of the stream on Sunday, which was pick your own poison, and then I just kind of wanted to alternate the 2 games we're playing. So good evening, Noxus, good to see you. I'm at the same place, and I don't want to scale up until I get numerical values either. Oh yeah, that's true, they said that stats are coming. Yeah, that's definitely something that we'd like to see in the game. but I think that adding those kind of things like ratios and stuff like that, it's small things to add, and those kind of things where I'm sure they were like, how do we forget that? And how do we have hundreds of people in an alpha that never really mentioned it or something like that? And now it's just glaringly obvious. It's the same thing with Ixion, for example. Like, really nice game, really good playthrough, but there's just like a fundamental flaw in their core premise of overwork. And like, it was such a fundamental thing, and it just almost ruined the entire game for a lot of people. And for a lot of people, it actually ruined the game. The fact that, if anyone didn't know, that in Ixion, basically you could overwork your crew. Normally in a city builder, you cannot sort of have more work done than you have crew or workers, but in Ixion you could just overwork them. But the problem was, as soon as you started overworking them, there were just like a million accidents, and they got hurt, and they got into hospital, and then there were less people working, and there would be more overwork, and there would be more accidents, and there would be more people injured, and there would be so on, right? And if all you had to do was don't ever overwork them under any conditions, that's it. And then it was a pretty chill game. And that's just not great design. Like, if you have a feature that is just, if you use this feature, overworking, you're just gonna lose. Then don't have that feature, because it's clearly just, it's a trap. It's a trap of going like, oh, well, it's fine. I'll just overwork them a little bit until I get some more crew. Like, no, don't do that. Don't. Same with Automation Empire. Really solid little game of automation, really good. And then the taxes kicked in. That just, it was basically, I think if I remember correctly, it was every year or something, you had to pay 2% of the entire production costs of your entire factory. Not the existing factory, but of everything you had built up to that point, which meant that if you are not making enough profit, you would sort of, or let's say like that, if you build up a factory, no, it was 2% of the accumulated value of all you've made. So basically, if you let it run for a couple of hours, then the taxes would just gradually increase, but your output from your factory would stay the same, which meant that you could get into a position where, because the taxes would always increase, they would just supersede your factory output, and you would just be in a death spiral where you'd have to sort of increase the output over your taxes, which would then again keep racing, and it would be like a race condition of just trying to outpace, which is not good in a factory game, where you have to be able to say like, all right, I have a better design. Let me tear down this factory and then let the factory stand still for a couple of hours while they do a really cool design. You couldn't do that because the taxes would keep up with you, and or they would catch up to you and then outpace you. It's an enrage timer. That is a really good way of saying it. It's an enrage timer. That's exactly what it is. It is, whether the enrage was me or the game, but yeah, it was an enrage timer. That's really good. Like, it just gradually becomes more and more unplayable. And as long as you sort of kept a good pace, it wasn't a big deal. But you just want to be able to sit and go like, okay, let me just restructure this entire factory. But it had some really cool mechanics, and it was really easy to work with, and it was very enjoyable until you get to that point. And then they added, like, in a panic, they added like the removal of it. They would just toggle it on, and then you sort of said, then you didn't have any pressure. So, they went from something that is an enrage timer to not having any kind of pressure and infinite money. And I was like, well, I understand in the panic, but those kind of, suddenly there's a core mechanic that just really is problematic. And that sucks. So what we're going to do today is we are going to build some factories to get some more stuff going. We might try to figure out if we can do some kind of learn some things that would be benefiting you if you're still playing, and benefiting us in the future when coming back, of just kind of like, hey, what would be a good bus concept, for example. I'd like to explore that a little bit more and how to build that in a reasonable way. So, there are lots of stuff we want to do, but let's dive into the game. Cool. Looks like it's loaded. And let's get our overlays up and running. Nope. And do I also want to have Twitch chat available? Yeah. Sometimes people say something meaningful there. Let's get that. And I can't do that. I have to find the one from yesterday evening. That is this one. Yesterday. No, not yesterday. Day before yesterday. At 10 minutes past midnight. Sounds about right. That was the one we ended at. Because I recorded the episode today, of course. Oh, let's also just celebrate a little thing here. Come on, Wayne June.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you, Wayne June. And more. Thank you to the new annual Protector of the Path who's joined the ranks. Thank you very much and welcome. Comes to Techtonica, they got lots of input on the numerical values. Even then, they just focus on getting the game ready without it, waiting further suggestions about it before pushing it forward. Then they got stuck in the UI devs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a good reason. And look, what is that? Now that works in this version. Look at that. What? Protected area safe sprint initiated? I don't know what that means. Cooling systems and not enough for that. So let's go back. So we have our elevator here that we explored last time. And we went in and we went up and we came down again after a long pause. And so what I want to do is unlock that location in there. I want to see what kind of things I have. We have 3,000. 3,000. Okay. Most speed 3. How did I miss that? Oh, this is the least favorite part of this game. Especially when playing it multiple times. Like, where is this one? Where is Mole Speed 3? I don't know. It's so frustrating to see things that you know you don't have. Okay, craft speed, biodense, I don't think I need it anymore. Thresher Mark 2? Okay, I don't have that. Assembling speed. I'd take that. Sure, more assembling speed. I love that there are upgrades like these. I'd really wish that was part of Satisfactory. Holocap. Here. Acceleration. Cool. Other transportation. Energy. What is this? This is auto step doesn't take power. Don't care. We take the outstream, 10% less for that. 10% less for that. 10% less for that. 10% less for that. Ooh, that's expensive. But we're burning through our charge pretty quickly. Power trim. Electrical consumption of assemblers. Oh, cool. There you go. And then we... Why did that one get locked? Oh, because that's... purple? Huh. And under science, cool dense. Cooling density by 15. Is that interesting? Accumulate charge. Increases cooling density doesn't seem great. Ooh, core mining boost. Let's take that one. Why do we not have core infusion? Oh, because it's too much charge. Oh, noes. All right. Yeah, locked means not enough charge. There's different colors. There's the... you haven't found the right recipe yet. There is the... you are missing a prerequisite. And there is... the not enough charge to activate it. That is... So... we still like to get more power, or how is our power? Power is now way less. Look at that. We got plenty of power now. Sweet. And accumulated charge, not so much, but it'll be charging up slowly. Slowly though, very slowly actually. That is not a pretty UI. There's something wrong with it. Like, this is too flickery. Like, why have with a comma digit when it flickers so fast that this digit doesn't do anything for us? Yeah. Don't know. Not a big deal, but you know. Little deal. Hello, Inoxidrol. Good evening. Oh. And we're connected. Zoom, zoom. I feel that there's missing power in the game, or we completely miss audio. Maybe it was, oh, it's the music that we just sort of turned down. There we go. I turned the other one down. Okay, let's try that one again. Let's see if we get some sounds again. Even at this pace, it's still pretty slow. Let's have a look at what we have remaining. I don't think we have a lot of stuff remaining here. Oh, there's still some doors. Why? That door is irrelevant. That door we just haven't done. Let's get that. Make sure that we get that. Oh, actually, there we go. Perfect. See? Panic is the solution. Do I have some of... I have 2 of these. I could take some of this out. Nah. It's this one we don't have. SC. See that we got these completed again. We got those hooked up, and that should now be unlockable.
Facility access door unavailable. Refer to display panel for self-repair requirements.
This looks like the main IT facility for the sector. I remember hearing strange rumors about the records they were storing here, but I'll settle for a few useful pieces of tech. There were barely 10,000 people in my hometown.
Oh, speed 3.
I was the only person from there who made it into the expedition.
Terraforming. Oh yeah.
Your family must have been very proud.
That's what they tell me. I still went home now and then when I was at the planning department up in Alaska.
Armored Core, there's been gameplay review.
Then one day you wake up and they tell you you're not in the planning department anymore. You're actually going to Calyx.
That kind of transfer would have been very rare. There must have been extraordinary circumstances.
Oh man.
Yes. There was even a parade, apparently. Thankfully, I was already in orbit. These look like computer security logs, written by someone named Snowman. My memory of him is scattered. Might be someone I wanted to forget.
Snowman was the head of information technology. I appreciated his attention to detail. Others were less enthusiastic.
Yeah, I dropped my Omniseeker, but I thought I had 2 Omniseekers. Oh, but we did pick up an Omniseeker from the chest, but why did... I already had one. Maybe I already dropped the other one because it's junk.
Read like bad teenage drama. He was spying on people.
Many people selected for the expedition had secondary qualities of note. Perhaps his interest in amateur espionage was a mechanism for command to detect and fix petty disputes before they escalated into serious ones.
Oh yeah, 1. There you go. Clean up some of that junk. That's also junk. I don't want that anymore. Yeah.
If we find this guy in a cube somewhere, we're setting his volume to 0.
No. He must be permitted
No.
to communicate.
No. Just no.
I'm kidding, Colonel.
You were not.
Nah. Not really. But it's the classic, oh, I just want to kill you. No offense, of course. Offense taken. Thank you very much. You had 2 and dropped both of them. You haven't scanned 1 story item on the bed. There was this computer on the bed. I did scan that one. That was the one that talked about, I don't know, something. These 2 I should not have kept those either, because they're junk as well. Good evening, Everest. I really feel that there's some kind of... That sound is completely missing now. Alright, we wanted to get a few more of these things over here. The advanced circuits. Oh, yes. I'll just take all of them. Don't care. Don't care. Like, this Atlantum... What do we actually need it for in these quantities? Let's see. Yeah. And here. There you go. And let's go back up to... Whoosh. They are pretty cool, these ones. They're so much cooler than I thought. It's the speed that does it. The fact that they're not like slow trains, but they're bullets, just makes it so much cooler. Also, the fact that we can ride them also makes it a little bit more interesting. Because transportation in this game is a little lackluster. But this works fine. These towers are actually almost filling out now. And we go in here. Ooh, goodies in there. Ta-da! Get our scans ready. Mist grass. Fat loot. Pack size 4. Okay. And flatten 99. Tunneling 99.
Ah, this is where they kept the good stuff. Advanced machinery and upgrades that would have come down from on high. Scan it all, Breaker. You earned it.
Woohoo! That is mining drill 2. Oh, and a few of these. Excellent. What is this? This is sailfoot. Stack cap 4. Interesting. And some belts. Oh, what's that?
These are pieces of the Excalibur, right? That giant tunnel borer you drove us all down here in.
Yes. Every facility and piece of equipment you see anywhere on Calyx was once a part of the Excalibur.
It always seemed unnecessarily complicated to me. Why couldn't we just dig a giant hole and throw everything in it?
The Excalibur was designed to have structural pieces removed from it as we descended, enabling us to industrialize new sectors from the moment of the discovery.
Stack cap 2.
Your
Where's stack cap
giant
3?
hole strategy would have lacked this sophistication.
That seems like not a good reason. It's probably because if you have a drill borer engine thing, then you can put people in it, send them down, and they can't get back up. And then you know that that's the resources they have. Oh, there's one more here. Railroad 3. Ooh, we got Railroad 3. I want that. Transportation. There we go. Let's see. What else did we get? Terraforming. We got... so we have 1212 flatten. Sweet. But we don't have this one. So we're missing a mold tunneling thing. I think it's fair to say that anything we don't have unlocked is something we missed. Ooh, Thresher Mark 2. We can finally make it. Stack cap 2. What does that mean? Increases the stack to 4. Okay, cool. Pack size is more inventory. Nice. Yeah, here. Overall electrical output. Yes, please. Take that one because it's there. And then we don't have enough chance to get all this. Cooldens? Cooldens? Why is cooldens interesting? Like, what is coolant used for? Yeah, if it's just for the mole, it seems like a very, very narrow upgrade. But hey, now let's look at our journal, and we now got build a monorail system is beyond me why we don't have that. This door is irrelevant because it's relevant. This one is the one we want to focus on. We want to scale up 200 assemblers Mark II, 50 mining drills Mark II, and thresher 50 threshers Mark II. Okay. Belts. Yeah, maybe they need more coolant. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sunislav, first subscription of the day. Thank you very much for 49 months of a loyal subscription. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Is not completed for me either, and I've beat the game. See, bug the monorail one. Okay. No, I think we can do that. I think it's just that it has to make sure that it actually stays at full all the time, and that might be the difficult part. When you build the first, when it's flowing, then yeah, I guess, I don't know. Are your accumulators full? No, they're not right now, but they could be. They could be. Right. Is there anything that we haven't discovered at this point? I don't. Oh yeah, there's something we haven't discovered. Look at this. Look at this. Well, not this, but in a sec. Look at that. Something is up there. Like there are lights and stuff. That means it's there, up there. Oh, that is clippy. Ooh, don't like. It's far and away here. Doesn't actually, because your monorail is on the same power floor, and the quest says about powered by accumulator. They're always powered by accumulators. Yes, they are. They eat some accumulator charge here. This is where it says how much is available, and then it requires a little bit to send it, and then it dips. But if it goes up, then I think it's because that at the time that you complete it, you must have full accumulator charge. And if you at that point don't have full accumulator charge, you just miss the opportunity to complete the mission. Is there a limit on flying height? Yes. This is it. You can either fly or not fly, or hover or not hover. And if I fall down here, then it will adjust, but it won't adjust up again. There. Cool. So let's try that one. So weird how these things behave. It's always a complete mystery of how to make them go up or down, if whatever you want to do. There, and then go up. Suddenly it goes up. Yes. Now there we go. Almost. Beautiful. Nice. All right, give me something, some fat loot up here. I'm anxiously waiting for the fat loot. Oh, maybe this was just another way of getting in here. Hold on. There's something there. That's just the one I placed. Never mind. Yeah. And that one over here, I think we've taken that. Alright, so this was just another way of getting up here. Okay, cool. Oh, look at that. Hey! MDR Power Trim 3. But this is not completely known terrain for me, this part, so... I don't think we've been here. Well, we could have, but I don't think we have. Okay. Cool. We found a thing. Oops. Okay. Ah. I can do it. I can do it. Okay, now I'm just puzzled. How the hell do we get up there? Or how do we get... It feels like we have to go up there. There we go. This is the way. And at this point is also a place where we can get some copper. If we want to. Right. It's actually really nice, this part. Now the rest will be filling in here. 404 fat loot not found. Nope. Right. Let's figure out what we need for the upgrade. It's not much though. Isn't it easy just to do this? Oh, that it did not sort of bode well. Let's see. What do we got? We don't have the conveyor belts. We have the conveyor belts. We don't have the mining. We have the mining charge. Upgrade terminal.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
No new tasks. Now it's just the next one. So you can warm up and come up with good ideas for what we want to do sort of beyond this.
Crank generator now. Remember when you used to have to spin those on your own? Memories.
Let's see what we got. Under the terraforming. So we got now increased effectiveness of research core blue. Oh, we got a ton of blue things. And we got mole speed. That one we don't have because we don't have the mole 3 somewhere. It's lost to us. Okay, so here's the thing. If someone knows where this is, you're welcome to spoil it because I'm not going to be sort of randomly finding it. And I don't think we have any areas left that we haven't done. Smelting speed 3. I like. Threshers, logistics. Stack cap 3. Oh. I have stack cap 4. Rail rush. Sweet. Accumulation. Oh, this is lack of power. And then THR. Oh, Thresher power trim 3. Okay. Don't have that. And science. Core boost power. Ooh, we like that. It's going to take a little while. We can also do this one when we get it. I don't get how it says under energy that we can now build. It said we can now build the upgraded ones. But they're already here. Huh?
With an improved electrical grid and more machines that can make use of it, you're officially out of excuses to not start scaling up this place as much as you can.
Okay. Right. Let's see what they need generally, because then I think we need to sort of make a new bus somewhere. To check behind all the waterfalls. Waterfalls generally are crates. That's what we found at least. We haven't found any items behind those. Only crates of loot. So a voltage stepper is a shitty item to have as a subcomponent. That is another shitty component to have. That kind of forces a certain sequence here. Which one was it I missed? It was... Which one was it? That one. Mole T33 tunneling. Tunneling 3-3. Also weird that it's 3-3 when this is 5-9. 5 wide, 9 high. But then what is 3-3? This one is 9 by 9. That sounds good. 12 by 12 flatten. Sweet. Let's get the power boost. It should be pretty significant, honestly. That was expensive one. So let's hypothetically say we want a new bus. It's on the Circle Waterfall. Okay, cool. We can go there. Let's go there and try to find it. Circle Waterfall. Okay, there are two places that could be. There's the place where there's a big compound, and then there's a waterfall going down in the middle. The giant toilet bowl. See, that was a succinct description that is unambiguous. Completely clear. The giant toilet bowl. Ooh, music is music. Let's see. Wasn't there another way to get in there, or was there only one way? I think there's only one way, and that's up this one. In the office? Weird. But we have been there.
I remember having to put an auto shield field up around those cauldron giant plants to keep them from getting chopped down. We realized early on that natural sources of light were worth keeping around. Plenty of room to build factories by cutting into walls. You don't always need to kill the view.
You don't need to. No, I agree. But you might want to. Huh? So if we want to make a new bus, it's not really going to be a matter of, it doesn't matter where it is. I just can't build it on top of the existing one because I want to build a new place. So we don't care where it's going to be because we can bring stuff in another way. Okay, so it should be in here. Let's go left around this part here and see if we see something missing. Outside. We have been. Oh, damn it. Ah, someone's been putting junk in here. That sucks. Because there are not really any good ways of getting up here. Great stone. Okay, so now I just need to get back up again. Go outside, look up. Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get it, I'm sure. That doesn't really do much. We need to go further up. No, this is where we came from, right? So it'll have to be, no, this is where we came from. Damn it. Oh, here. Where is this? Ah, right up there. There's the door. How the hell do we get up there? Huh. Can I build this here? No. Can I build you closer? Oh, there's an exclusion zone here. But there's something over there. Okay. That looks like there's a connection from here up there. Let's go that way. Let's, instead of drilling and building our way up, try to figure out what the right way to get back up there is. That means go back to the waterfall, try to see if we can find that entrance. Cool, let's try it. So it's an alternative entrance to this area. This entrance is also a little... see, I need to now go back up. An ambitious project to get back up there. Oh. No! That's also odd. Well, we're moving up. Let's have a look now. So I need to be moving... It looks like all of these caves I've not even explored. Let's go explore that. Yeah, we did scan the big fish or dish. Huh. Oh, fine. Let's see where we are. The fact that I can't sort of see more than the right around me is uncomfortable. Let's... that little dot there that's right ahead of us, straight ahead of us, isn't discovered. It's acutely undiscovered, and it's a little bit up. I could have, but now I'm exploring. Okay, so let's go really close, and we're now actually... Ah, found it. I mean, it's not amazing things, but it's also not useless things. So we need to get down there, I think. Hey, we made it. Into a random cave. I think this is the cave system we need to explore from. Whoops. I feel like this was where we needed to go. Ah, okay, yeah, we're not up here. This is good. This is good. I'll make one of these. And we have lots of power here. Very nice. Huh? I think we need to go down here. To cut our way in through this, or not even cut, just go. And then there's some iron ore. And then we're stuck. No, we need to go over to that one. So go over to the iron ore and just sort of drill around it. There you go. New area. Ooh, with stuff in it. That's not the one I wanted. Okay, so now we are... Yeah, we're really close to... What is this area? What is this area? Alright, let's explore this a little bit. See if there should be this red hue from somewhere. And someone left a USB drive somewhere lying around. No? Is this the way? This, I think, is the way back. This is how we could have gotten here in an easier way. There. So that's probably... That's also a closed area. So this could also have interesting things in it. Is that... No, this is...
Keep an eye on your Echo Sketch map, Breaker. Some walls are more interesting to cut through than others.
Yes. Thank you. But I think that was supposed to be coming from... When I was supposed to come from this side. And now I was going to this way here, and then... Oh, my Etch-a-Sketch. And it's going to be over here-ish. Huh. Yep. Got it. Oh. Easy. First try.
This elevator control console is dead. Fortunately, your suit was built to fall safely from any height.
Lucky we have the stuff we needed.
On Calyx, when all of your friends jump off a cliff, you get to jump off too.
What do we get? Stack cap 2. Woohoo! There you go. And hauler cap. That's also another one. And then we get the cool dens useless. Got a few of these. Great. Some background information, cradle root, and Glomos. And one more thing. The tunneling. And
this
a load
elevator
dump.
control console is dead. Fortunately, your suit was built to fall safely from any height.
It feels like I've
On Calyx,
heard that before.
when all of your friends jump off a cliff, you get to jump off too.
Yeah, but we could also just go back. I guess this is one way for you to discover this area. And if you discover it this way, it's going to be pretty freaking amazing, I would say. I guess this is kind of... I think this might be the intended way of finding it. Like, there's even a clue like, oh, maybe there are some walls you want to drill through. Yeah. And then that is also sort of incentivizing you to just go ahead, jump down. Right. That seems good. Oh, is there a status hype in the title? Shouldn't be. Yeah. Bloop, 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 bloop. Just a normal hype. Not that it matters a whole lot here. And okay, so let's think about it a little bit. Where would be a good place to build a bus? A gigantic, awesome mega bus of bussiness. It doesn't have to be anywhere near. How's the underground factory reached the surface yet? Nope. We tried, but we can't. Here's some good resources. Like ideally we'd find somewhere that is already a little bit open, but also doesn't have a monstrous amount of resources in it. What is this? Is that the warehouse? The big warehouse or what? Yeah, we have done that one. There's clearly a path there. Could you make a virtual ghost? But it would be absolutely horrendous to do that. It would be really bad. Because when you need to branch off from the 7th height, then you just don't have nowhere to place it. Or then you can't link it to that level. So. Yeah. Just trying to get back out to sort of this area. Woohoo! And now we can see. Yeah, this is the warehouse. Huh. I'm thinking this might be bump into that. I don't know. I don't know where there's a good area because our original bus, this one is just not big enough. It needs to be significantly bigger. From the elevator to the toilet bowl, that river is long and straight. No, that's where my future plans will. That's a good point. It's just a little bit far away from everything else. Like this part when we need building construction materials. I was more thinking about like this area out here. But then we already have our Atlantum built. Yeah, the water wheel base is actually good. Yes. I think that's a better idea. Let's now see what options. Oh. Terraforming. Oh yes, let's have a look. What does 3x3 mean? This is a small one. Why would we want that? We want to destroy the world. It does also take a little bit longer to do that. Even with our upgraded. The problem with this one is that it has resources there. And stuff there that can't be moved. That means if I suddenly sort of figure out that I want to move something, then I'm screwed. What's that weird thing on the map? Oh, it's because we're inside the water cone here. Is it casting a shadow on the minimap top right hand corner? Like this is a good place, but it has to be higher than this river, and then be careful about. Yeah. Also, it just feels a little bit bad to use on top of that. Could be out here, but then. Ugh. This is a good location. There's no doubt. What about the elevator room? No, we filled that up with other crap. Uh, like that area? It actually has some kind of openness, but it would have to be higher than this and next to that. You unlock the limestone iron copper injection thing. Yeah, if we do it. The other lake where you were a minute before. That one down here? That might actually also be a good... I think it's worth spending a little too much time on this. Honestly, yes, a little bit too much time. This has the problem that it goes downhill. That means whichever way we go here, it'll be... I have to remember that it can never go back up here. Like this area is flat. Very nice and flat. The only problem it has is that thing over here. So it'll have to be above that area. But aside from this, it's pretty good, I guess. Let's go in here and find... You know, this one also has the advantage that it's pretty close to the starting area, so new materials can easily be brought in and things can be merged and stuff. Whoops. Is this protected since it doesn't go anywhere? Protected area up here. That's bad. How far is it protected? The fact that I can't do anything with this above is... That means I can't even sort of build it on top of it. Or can I? Nope. Yeah, so that's now where it has to be. Yeah, the elevator is probably going to be used for something as well. So now I'm kind of leaning that we're going to be making it in this area. Put a second floor over the warehouse room. I know, but I was thinking that, but I don't want to be covering something that's actually really nice, like the water wheels, so they'll suddenly be just gone. Kind of feels a little bit sad. Well, now I'm gonna go back here and see what height we're at. I really want to see if it'll probably way above the accumulator store, but how much? We should be breaching now, but even the fact that we're not breaching is kind of worrying because that means we're way too high up. Ah, I see light. No, I thought I saw light. There we go. There's light. So this is going to be the height, which is kind of shitty because this is already higher than anything else, which means we don't really get the benefit of the open space at all because I'm now at a too high point here. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Well, I know what the answer is. The answer is that it has to be exactly the same height as there. 2 above this level. That's it. There. That's it. This is the level we want. Why? Yes. That is the best I can give you. Yes. And this one. Get all of that. Get all of that. Yeah, what a mess. But limestone is kind of junk, at least now. Outside the map and dig really, really big wide tunnel. System place as a... Yeah. I'm also thinking that, but I'm also thinking that that might not be the... You can do that and put a Nidal stream on in the background. I can't really do that and put a something else stream on in the background. So something that's like, all right, now I'm just going to be drilled for the next 4 hours is something I really should be trying to avoid, that kind of content. Unless we combine it with telling horror stories from the real world or something. And I just don't think that Techtonica is a mature game. Yeah, how much thought do you need? Yes. Exactly. That's exactly how much I want. Well, of dating. Actually, I'm not really dating now. I can tell you a horror story about that. It's not really a horror story, but it's a revelation I've come to. I can't date ordinary women anymore. It sucks. It sucks realizing that now there's not a... the market has become way smaller. That's it's kind of, it's both good and bad, obviously, but mainly bad. Do you know how far the map extends? No, no idea. Well, we know that there's a little green dot up here, which is or a green square, and that square is the middle of the map. So that's what we know. What is ordinary? Someone who is not in the, say, sex positive community. A calculator that's been fan made. Also a lot of user info. Oh, that's so cool. But ordinary. Ordinary is okay. So, how many women you're dating would think it's okay to have sort of give tantric massages to other people or go to workshops where you do things naked with other people? Not a lot. And that doesn't mean that you're polyamorous. That just means that you're not so constrained on what to do. And when you meet someone and I meet someone and we talk, and then I refer to a friend, and I was like, oh, how do you know that friend? And like, oh yeah, we used to date. Like, you're friends with someone you used to date? Like, yes, of course. That's even that is like something that a lot of people just don't understand, which means that there's just a lot of things that it's just not worth going into, because we're simply too far away from each other in understanding, and I want to be able to be friends with who I want to be friends with, and I want to be able to, like, okay, so this weekend I'm 2 friends, female friends, we're going to have a sleepover and we're going to cuddle. It's not going to be sexual, but it's going to be cuddling. But could I have a girlfriend that would be okay with me hanging out with 2 other women and just, we're going to be having a sleepover and cuddle, and that's fine. I'll be back tomorrow. No, that's not a lot of people who would be okay with that, and totally understandable. But it means that, you know, ordinary is not really an option. It looks beautiful that there's all this crap hanging down, but it's highly inconvenient. That's what I mean by ordinary. Like, then looking at Tinder, and you can sort of summarize most profile descriptions is like hobbies, red wine, travel, friends. Like, so the elevator area and the river going south to the toilet bowl is the best place. Yeah, I think you're actually right about it. It's just really far away from where we are right now. Sounds like I don't need to date. No, I don't need to date. And I don't want to date in sort of traditionally. But it wasn't me who said the horrors from the dating life. But I just realizing that dating is going to be a lot harder because you can't just go on some usual Tinder dates. Are probably a waste of time. That's fine. They were a waste of time anyway. We just don't like admitting it. Yeah. Hello, Miss Timony. My hobby is Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it's probably also a little bit limited how much you meet people there. Yeah. Let's see. It's starting to be a plane here of existence. It's a little bit weird that there's this clipping through here. Alright, let's go out here. This is kind of this is the edge of what we're gonna build. What? There are no traditional women that they are all one-sided benefits. They want a traditional man, but not. See, I hate that kind of comment. Anything that generalizes, like all women are, just shut up about it. All men are. Like, ugh. That really rubs me the wrong way. And I'll when I find a traditional woman, whatever that means, I'll send her your way. Too boring. Not interesting anyway. So I think we'll just arbitrarily say that this is going to be our limit for now. Yeah. The fact that it goes 9 up is useful. We have 10,000 now and 25,000 plant matter. We're getting a lot of plant matter here. But was the monolith area found already? Yes. It was also in today's video. The strange monolith. Let's see. Where are we heading? We don't have any other things that are in the way here. No, not anywhere near. Good. Yes, also definitely something that needs to go away here. Don't forget to take my break. Thank you. We need to take a break. Cat cam? No cats around. Good evening, Gareth. Or good afternoon, I guess. Yes, exactly, Gepik. It's don't exchange personal experience from extrapolating out to a general population. Not how statistics work. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue to make this, and then we can start working on a. It's called a waterfall. Bus of sorts. Cool. Be back in 2. And welcome back. Also, Miza, you're going to play Armored Core 6 when it comes out? Yes, I am. At least for a little bit. I'm gonna try it, and if I'm enjoying it, I'm gonna keep playing it, despite sort of, even if it doesn't work, sort of, as content here on my channel. And Spook, still let me sort of derail that comment and then take it into something else. In the same context, it is interesting that there is very often a difference between stated priorities when it comes to a partner and then actual preferences. And it's been studied. It's actually in a very good book called Dataclasm, which uses OkCupid data, which probably is pretty sizable and representative in many regards, about sort of what we state our preferences are and what actually turns out to be our preferences, which I think is super interesting. And like, I don't think, for example, many people would go like, oh, I really want someone who is abusive and just controls me in every way and decides who I'm allowed to see, and like, and yet there are some people who keep finding that type, whether man or woman, and they just keep finding it and just keep going back to the same thing, even though there's definitely other options. They keep just doing the same thing again. So even if you have a stated preference, like, it's kind of my earlier summer romance was basically this prime example of a male specimen. And then she chose to go back to her abusive ex instead, because, oh, I gotta give him another chance, and he's promised not to be abusive, even though he has been for several years. But he's promised he's changed. He really has promised, and he has apologized. Yeah, like all narcissists do when they get called out and they're about to lose their plaything. So, yeah. And see, didn't do it make it into a women or men thing, but just trying to make it in a general thing. But there is a big difference between stated and actual preferences, and it takes a hell of an effort to find out what your own are and why they are like that, and whether they're good for you. 32, and I still have not been able to get anyone past just casually talking stage. Should I just say I'm rich, or is that desperation move? Yes. What you should do is try to figure out why. And I don't know why, but it could be looks. That's less of an issue, to be honest. If you have, it could be the fact that you are not really having any opportunities to be around someone, and then just if the only interaction is through dating apps, then looks are everything. But if you're have an opportunity to meet people in sports or like get to know people, then also look at yourself. I'm going to give an example from the weekend of someone. Met this guy. He was a really nice guy, a bit younger than me. Really toned physique. So he was good looking, and he was bald and had a nice beard and well trimmed. And he was like, looks good. But he just could not connect with women. Oh, he could connect, but he would never be in anything beyond sort of in a either in a casual manner or in a very safe, friendly manner. And for me, it was easy to see it with him because he can't have been there. And he was like thinking, "Oh, I really need to work on my self-confidence." And I was like, "No, you don't need to work on your self-confidence. Confidence is outward projecting. You need to work on your self-worth." Because he was exuding, "I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough as I am." And there's nothing that is less sexy than someone exuding, "I am not good enough." And then you can easily talk casually to people, but they will never be anything even remotely sort of sexual in nature, because that is the least sexy thing, despite him being like a handsome man, and he could be rich and he could be everything and he could be well spoken, but he just didn't have, and it was not confidence, it was self-worth. It was clear that he did not feel that he was worthy to have someone. And you get pity relations. So it's, if you're interested in why, then yeah, figure out why. We have too much crap here in our inventory. We are overburdened now. So, human psyche is so flawed. Absolutely. Yeah. So that was really a clear-cut example of something, because sometimes you can, if there's something, then maybe there's something else wrong as well. But this was like everything. Like if you're describing this person, just you can only use positive terms. But if you think about it from a perspective of sort of feeling that they're worthy of love, then if you don't have that, yeah, it kind of shows, and it kind of yeah. But that requires insight. It is often just not something that's I could just go and, "Hey, Anonymous, thank you." I couldn't just go and say that to him, because that's something you have to find yourself when you're ready to work with who you are and why you are that way, and look long and hard in the mirror. So if I was to give one recommendation, I'm not really sure I can, but then it would be like, first, learn to love yourself. It's such a cliche now that I say it, but you need to be able to love yourself. Otherwise, if you can't even love yourself, why would you expect someone else to be able to? Kind of the same kind of advice when it comes to content creation. Like when I ask, why should anyone watch your content, and they go like, I don't know, I just want to make it. Like, all right, if you can't answer it, why do you expect that your audience will be able to answer why you say should watch your content if you can't even answer that yourself. Sometimes negative check comes 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Rejected the notion of seeing a counselor therapist for years out of stubbornness, thinking it would benefit, and going, now I wish I'd started sooner. I think I think that's basically the summary of life, is that you do so many things and you just go like, I wish I'd done that 10 years ago. I think my latest revelation in that one, which sort of is stop being afraid of rejection. And Silver Cecil, thank you for your 200 bits. Being afraid of being rejected is really limiting. Own those rejections. Say thank you when you get rejected. Say thank you for taking care of yourself and respecting your own boundaries. Cool, that's a nice little plane. It's not anywhere near enough, but it's something. You need to learn to value yourself. You learn to love from others. If you didn't learn it from your parents, you will need to learn it from people around you. But you can't teach yourself how to value. But you can teach yourself how to value you and your assets. I think it might be more of a semantic discussion, whether a value and love or something like that. But I think that it's. I understand what you mean, but I still don't think there's anything wrong with saying that you need to love yourself before you can expect anyone else to. And whether it's like you got to be at peace with who you are. That's another way maybe of saying it. Value yourself for who you are. That doesn't mean that you don't want to change a million things, but just being resting as this is who I am. Do you have the items for the next upgrade? Yeah, I think we do. We're just waiting for these two to trickle in, and they're still trickling. Trickle, trickle, trickle. How much so? Oh, it's 2,700 now. If only we had some stack inserters. Could also just get this one to... Yeah. There we go. So that's should fill up a little bit faster. Let's see what other things it needs. Yes. Advanced circuit 1400. That's kind of a lot. Belts 900. Done. Mining charge 900. Almost done. I think this one is the one that's going to be... Was it 900? Or was it 1400? Either way, it's close to being there now. Advanced circuit 1300. Okay, so it's very close. This one's done. These are coming in, so very soon we have it. 81 additional advanced circuits, and then a few minutes of the other ones. Cool. There. Okay. But I've seen it for myself, and that's why I feel so feel so strongly about it. Like, after I have become more confident about who I am and not sort of trying to be something I'm not, it's just It's just been everything has been a lot easier, like interaction with other people, because I'm good enough. And if you don't like me, I don't care. It doesn't, it's okay. You don't have to like me, which is something content creation is actually helping with, because you're never going to be liked by everyone. And there will always be someone who will hate you for no reason at all. And then just, okay. It has to be not bothering you. And just being content about who you are. You can still be striving to improve for sure, but I think that's a good place to start. Being at peace with who you are. Well, oh, this needs chopping. Oh, that's not chopping. That's chopping. Yes, awesome. Oh, right, cool. That might be a nice upgrade. All right, cool. I want that nice upgrade. Whatever it is, I want them nice upgrades. Do you plan to build a new bus as everything from scratch, including smelting and threshing with Mark II machine? I'm actually thinking, and I don't know if this actually will matter, but I was thinking that I would like to bring things in on like having smelting somewhere else, and then simply bring it in on what are they called? The rail things, because then we have the Atlantum somewhere else, and we can just get it in, fine. Then we can monorail, yes, and then we can get copper in, just get it in. We don't know how we get it in, we just know it's gonna come in somewhere, somehow. I think that would be like the nice idea. And then I would have to do that at the start, which is down here, I guess. But it also has a lot. Oh, okay, I don't have any belts. Let's get more belts. Is not being able to delete or deal with byproducts and eventually or backlogs out. It bugs me to death. Yes, agree. I need an awesome sink or something. There. Especially limestone, and well, maybe not limestone later on, but for now, yeah, definitely limestone. Let's see. We don't really have those train stations. Let's see if we can get some more train stations. Oh, I forgot to actually build it in this one. I only built it in my YouTube build. This will be that one. 16 iron frames, accumulators, and cooling systems. Alright, so we just need iron frames. That's easier said than done. Yeah, I can't get it here. That one. I don't know how many I need, but that would be 4. That would be 8 of those if I could get just a little bit more. There. If I put 20 of these in, then I'll get 10 out. That's good. It's a start. In the game of modding support, it would surprise me. It probably can be modded, but I don't know. But yeah, 4. That's 1, 2 more. Good. So let's, that'll be fine. It is now constrained. And we have this is way too slow. Oh, but there's already 4 of those. Ah, it's because there's not enough iron coming in. Oh, that's funny. Huh. Damn, it would be nice if there were better belts. But look at that. It's actually only this one that's the problem. It's mainly this. Oh, actually not also that one and that one. Let's remember that they are... No! No, 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 no. There you go. It would be nice, since this is orange and this one is orange, that it also turned blue when, so we could see that this one is actually a Mark 1 or Mark 2. Should be enough here. One stack inserters whenever possible, but can't really get that. Sweet. So this stacks up. This stacks up. We get more in here, and they should start filtering in here. Yes. Cool. I have like 2 king containers full of oh, really? Hey, Hechu, thank you for the 45 months. Much appreciated.
Welcome home.
Let's see. Yeah. We got some belts. That should be fine. Let's go all the way over and try to sort of look at how we would get that up and running. I think we need a component part, and then we need a real part somehow. This really shouldn't be down here. Eh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's get a light here because it's so difficult to see anything here. There you go. That helps a little bit. So let's start testing a little bit. Yeah, this is... Off by 1, as usual. Feels easier to get done from this side here. So you go here. Yep. So obviously this is too far to one side, but let's try and see if we can branch things off in a meaningful way here. And then the next question is why? What about when it's only this? How do we make it bigger than this? Oops. Yeah, that's a problem. Because this is only 6 lines, then... Like, do we have to make it like 18 lines wide? Because that's how many we need, or I don't know how many we need. Because on the bus we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. At the very, very least. 15. And we probably need 16. 17 maybe. I don't even know if that needs to go on a bus. That one? No. Let's say 15 down here. 16 probably. But then there's also some other stuff that needs to be on the bus, like accumulators. Actually, is there anything else that we need sort of to have on a bus? The accumulators, yes, but that's it. These, maybe. Kindlevine. Yeah, there's limestone here. Is a Kindlevine into anything? Yeah, this one. But that's going to be made separately. Not going to be off the bus. But accumulators need to be on the bus. Soil. Yeah, here. Kindlevine. That's annoying that it's just one, the red ones that need it. Yeah. Oh, your accumulators also. Okay, so 2 things needed. Three. Shivathorn? It's a one-time thing. That's the only thing that requires Shivathorn, right? Yeah. Because then the Shivathorn coolant is used for the coolant system, but that's probably also that. Yeah. What? Atlantum mix? Fast inserters, accumulators, and limestone. Why Atlantum mix? Why would you want Atlantum mix in here? What is that used for? Okay, let's first see, like, branching off would be easy, right? That would be incredibly easy to branch things off here. That's nice. Can they can even be branched off like immediately next to each other, like that. Wow, that is nice. Could I, what if I did the same thing again, like close by? For example, don't even think these don't need to be solid or anything. It's just for the labor of it. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so sure. Let's try that. And then we can get 6 more rows, or however many we want to make in height. Oops. Yeah. I think. because then I would need... I'd build this one here. Say like that. And then with a light on either side. And then if I need it... Oh yeah, we need this one. But we also need this one here. Oh, that's actually weird.
Our illustrious champion returns.
That's actually okay.
Welcome home.
It would have to be get one out. Hey, Just Too Nasty, thank you for the 3 years of support. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Not exactly been subscriber central today. Never is, but 1, 2, 3 subs. Yeah. Guess Techtonica is worn out. A little bit of shame because I think it's nice tinkering with these kind of things and make improvements. I don't even know. I'm not actually supposed to get anything particularly in here. How does the distant belt go through the closer bus? It just goes underneath.
Returns.
There you go.
Welcome home.
And Skippy, thank you for the 43 months of Prime. Hey, those are Just Too Nasty and Skippy. You're the... And if your Simple Code Writer was here, you are the longest supporting Templars of the Path. Yeah, the bottom row is empty. Yeah. Which means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then on this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? That makes no sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Yeah, I would still want to keep this around, but then just punch hole through it when needed. Has it been like 5 years or so on Patreon? Yeah, something like that. Very close to at least. But this is for the final product build. For the for the first one, it's gonna be needed to be a little bit different, because then I would need to have, instead of having like going into one, it would go into multiple to get enough of the ingredients. But they would then go back. Like, okay, so if I wanted to get something back on the bus, I would also imagine that's pretty simple. So I just take it from here and go, well, yeah, that would just be up here. Or, well, not that one, but this one, for example. That's pretty damn good. I am not disliking this. The question is then, if you want 15, then we'd kind of either have 3 rows of 6, or if we want so much more than 16, 17. So I think we need to make it a little bit higher, or make 3 rows of these. Either way, it's going to be pretty massive. I'm leaning towards having 3 rows because it's easier to widen it than it is to raise it, because raise it means everything, while widening is just widening it. What do you guys think? There's plenty of room over here. I don't know if we need a little bit more room inside this side here. So do we want to get the 3rd row behind, or... Yeah. I think we're onto something. I don't like that it's so close to the ceiling, but as long as if we look at this, this is the maximum height I can float anyway. Yeah, 3 lines give me extra room in case I miss something. You know what's going on around here. There is a fair chance that I miss something, or something comes up and goes like, we should have remembered to also get this thing on the bus. All right, let's go up and see if we can complete the next tier, which is, I think, the penultimate one. Advanced circuits, yeah. Let's go grab those. Upgrade terminal. There's still more. 8,700. Now it's something. 2,000 circuits. 9,000 belts. Okay, this is the last one.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
Ooh, bowl 2. Upgrade existing mode with general improvements. Oh yes, I like. Thank you. Thank you for not spoiling it, but just saying
Our
there's something you
illustrious
want here.
champion returns. Welcome home.
Hold to activate. Thank you. A Freak, thank you for the 13 months. Always plan for the little extra throughput. Pack size would be nice for what we do here. These would... Not really much, but Rail Rush, yeah. I mean, there's definitely some good things up here. Thresher Pod Trim, we didn't get that. Core Assembly Boost, that would be nice. Assign core clusters. We have a few core clusters here.
One more upgrade to go before we max this terminal out, Breaker.
Yeah, that's actually good. I'm really happy that the numbers for this one is so much higher. Because if it wasn't that much higher, I would be like, do I really need to care about how, what, why? Now it's quite clear that, yeah, we do need like a little bit of production here to get it. This one will just chug along, right? And then eventually it'll get there. Over here, it might be nice to get a second one. Also, the next question is, shouldn't everything just be Mark II assemblers? How difficult is it to make Mark II assemblers? Here. Voltage stepper. Boo! Voltage stepper. Boo! It's also not crafting particularly fast. Voltage stepper, how do we make you? And those damn accumulators. Well. And then I need to get... Oh, this is not keeping up. Wow. Didn't even consider that. I'm sure it'll keep up with this one. And the other one is... I can't even take this out. Because it can't be brought out here. So I'm going to need to bring it out. Yeah. Ew. Good thing we're destroying this bus. Oops. Yeah, so we'll make some. How many do we need? It's the frames we're making, just one processor unit. So processor units will easily be able to keep up here. It's the frames that need to come in. And there, voltage stepper. Step in here. This one's fine. We got some of the advanced circuits. That's a lot. How many advanced circuits? 8 of those. Okay, so we actually need 800. And that one. There. Good. Why all the single just to reduce the production to certain items? Yes, indeed. That is exactly it. We have a few threshers, but we only have one of these good ones. So I'm going to put it here. Okay. I don't care. I think that I don't have those yet. There's that one. Just get all of those. We'll just have to build it without those just yet. And let's also get some more red inserters. Good. Oh yeah, the mold thing. Yes, let's mold it up. Terraforming. Ooh, 15, and 12. Yum, 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 yum. With general enhancements. But where is it? It's not. Is it upgraded already? Oh, it is upgraded. No. Yeah, it is upgraded. Nice. Okay. That helps a little bit. Let's see. And I still think there are things we want to get. Okay, there's still 2 levels. Or maybe the last level is inaccessible. Oh no, we don't have any more stuff left. And we can't do Rail Rush. And this one is... Accumulation would actually have been nice. Oops. Well, I can actually always just deconstruct, but... What about the flattened one? I haven't really figured out what the difference is. Ah! It doesn't want to go up. Okay, yep, that's... I agree with myself. I don't know what it does. Yeah, so 3 at this height would be nice, I think. The only question is it out here? Oops. Yeah, let's go a little bit further out this way. Oops. Need to make sure that the highlighted area is on the ground, so it is the right height. It accumulates a lot of junk in our inventory. That's a big one, this one. I mean, I can start to see the merits of this idea. Oops. And by that I mean, like, at one end we get stuff in by rails, the raw resources that we've then mined or refined somewhere else, that we get only the stuff that we need. It's coming in. Dripstone. Can't get over the smooth control that Factory offers. Play this game on the Xbox Game Pass, but Factory somehow ruined Factory games for me. You can't compare it to Factorio because Factorio is 2D and you can't even rotate the camera, so it's not a great comparison that way. I think they need to be one closer. So this one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 2 difference, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a completely different kind of game, and if you're saying the same thing with Satisfactory, then I'll be like, oh, okay, well, cool, then that's fine. But I got lost. How did I get lost from my gigantic plateau of plateauiness? There you go. Don't fall down. I'd leave it like this, and if you need to add one more row at some point. Yeah, that's also a good point. You know me as well, but that's like, but 6 plus 3 is just you. Then it should be 7 plus 3 at least. Yeah. This is 6 plus 2. Hello, Yopip. Good evening. I'm also going probably pretty close to the end down there, which I probably shouldn't.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Woohoo! Urchulak, thank you for the 27 months. Very much appreciated. Just came by to drop this. Alright, so Techtonica is not your cup of tea. Or maybe you're just busy today. I don't think it's so many people's cup of tea these anymore. The news value has sort of decreased, which is totally fine. That's what you expect. There are a few games that can hold. Yeah. We're also sort of at the end of the content, but I think that this would be, or this is the good time when I can start sort of, okay, well, what can we do with this game? What are the things that it has to offer that we can play with? Maybe you want to be deleted? No? Okay, so I can't delete this, apparently. Not without deleting all that crap as well. That sucks. Huh. Navigating here in 3D is a little bit more complicated. These are just impossible to delete. He said, deleting them flawlessly. Damn it. Yeah. But this one just... No? Oh. Really? So this is gonna kill us as well. How can this be so difficult? That's so bad. Why? That's so infuriating. Yeah, macerate upwards, which means that every time I do this, I have to rebuild the entire staircase. That sucks. Like, oh yes, that means all of this has to be rebuilt every single time I make a teeny mistake. Ugh. Plus all the junk we keep, and then I have to do this again. And all the belts have to be rebuilt. Yeah, the build mechanics are... That's probably one of the sort of the main functions that I'm not happy about. So now the next part is, what would be like the most ideal way to get it? Would it be like I get iron on this one and then copper on this one, and that means all the iron components are primarily here, the copper components are primarily here, and then and then more advanced stuff closer. That could be a way. I don't understand how you're on Isel, neither do I. It's not 100% successful either, so... But thank you. I'll just take it as a compliment. There we go. Oh, it's another hour has passed. We also have to figure out a way to actually make this visible, because it's pretty damn gloomy now. Seems like by laying the first floor, you cannot go through with belts anymore. That's the I was planning to remove the first floor, like when I would planning to punch through the floor when I need it, like this. See? All punched through. So, and then plug it in. There. So that's why. I want to bet how much you remove all you need. Yeah, that's true. I just don't like the hover thing, right? And I guess we could then just take it from here. Oops. Like that. It's something. So I'm going to stay awake. Gonna get some more sleep. Since I have to get up at 5 tomorrow. Alright, Peter Chat, thank you for joining. At least some support. I don't know where I'm gonna be having those supports, so it's a problem for this one though. Yeah, it's not good. It actually needs to be there. Maybe only on the first row. Just like this, which means it's only one that I have to take out. Which then begs the question of why exactly do I have all of this for the other ones? Don't know. Don't know. Well, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Then maybe we'll know by then. Cool. Yes, a new bus design. That's exactly what we're working on and trying to see if we can get it working. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. Be back in a bit. Okay, we're back. Welcome back. And Jeffer STB481, thank you for the prime and welcome. The problem with this build is that there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be in place before we can actually start enjoying this. That means how, for example, are we going to get the first line of iron in or copper in or whatever? We can build all this, but we don't get a sense of how it works and if it works before we actually get stuff inbound. So we now have a couple of options. We can start making like the main stuff here. I do think we need to punch out to this side. Whoa, we lost all our coolant. Is that because it's using so much coolant, this part? 73 and okay, so it might actually be worthwhile getting those coolant upgrades as well. So I think I want 3 trains inbound, at least for now, or monorails inbound. And that will be for iron, for copper, and for Atlantum. Those are the ones we will build somewhere else and then bring in as needed. Start with a box of ingots. That's a good point. That's a really just such a simple point. Sometimes you just make things too overly complicated. Yeah. Good. Well, now we have a little bit more room. There you go. Let's see. So this will be... And that could then easily become stuff like this. Just sometimes, yes. Like, that would actually be quite nice way of doing it. This is not so bad, and sure, it's better to do what was proposed, but I can see this working. We can also get that one out and then rotate it in, and that should still work. Yeah. But that means we can only get one into each, but there is still room for it at each location, so I think that's more important to make sure that that's the case, and then we can replace it with something else. Okay, so let's get it just replaced with one of these boring conventional ones here. I'm thinking like potentially this could be a good video. Like, there. Let's go grab some stuff. More stuff in here. And more stuff in there. And we're, I wouldn't say almost out, but I would say almost out of this one. Get all of that. And what did we want? Oh, right. It was just the iron and copper we wanted. Yes. There we go. Oh, I'm not even overburdened. That's cool. And now I'm overburdened. Ugh. Come on, you can do it. It would be nice if the task and tips in the top left-hand corner also showed us how much we, the progress that was put in. But alas. I guess we get iron further back, I think. Does it really matter? Don't know. There. And you. There. Salt. It's a very big inventory now. And it works. Got it. And then we get the lantern over the other one. So now we need to build stuff. This will be the start of the bus, but that will be, I think this is the closest we can make it. We're gonna get some iron line in here. Yeah, that's not happening. So this will be the closest we can do the return. Yup. And then it'll be here, which will be the closest we can do. Yes. Then I'll get an input here. This is the input iron. And then I will have, like, what could be the first thing? This is iron only, and this is iron only. Yeah. Then we have one that is both iron and copper. Increase the speed of the filter inserters. Absolutely, yeah. And you are basically forced to use them in treasure, sadly. Yes. Wrong belt. That's true. I really shouldn't have Mark 1 belts at all. Do you get any benefit from using the Mark 2 assemblers? Yes, they're faster and use more power, but I don't have them built yet. So we'll build them. We'll draw it like this. And then you go back here. Then if we look at here, intermediates, then iron, iron, copper, 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 iron and copper, and then, oh, iron as well. Okay, so, let's get the copper now. The two that are exclusive copper, but not that one. That's good. So let's get return. This is a copper inbound. That's the return. So. Nope, not that one. So now we have all the iron only, all the copper only. Yeah. Then I need. Okay, let me just try to articulate it here. I'm gonna need one that has that, which needs to be both as alone, but also be an input to the next one. I'm just gonna make it, which will be here. But that also needs an iron inbound, which means that I could then take an iron inbound here, which would mean that on the other side, I could then do this one, because that's also iron, but it's also copper, which means I need copper in here as well. But that copper could also be used for this one, but that needs to be over here. Ah, that's my problem. Let me just check how I did it previously. That I try to ignore the technical Confluence Python discussion, but it means that I just can't look at chat because that's kind of all that's going on, and it's a little bit sad. So maybe continue that on Discord. You're welcome to continue, but maybe not in here. It's dead enough as it is, the chat, and having two people with a deep technical conversation is probably not helping the interactability of chat. So I have one copper line and I have two copper lines. I have one iron line and there's another copper line here and two. Yeah, I don't think it can be done better than what I did before. This one will obviously be different. It's 1, it becomes 8. So maybe that's the copper coming out here. Ooh, I put them right next to each other. I don't like that. Hurry up and fix that. Yeah. And then the inbound copper. Yeah. Then the outbound copper. Okay. And then I need new inbound copper here, which sucks. No. Outbound coils? No. So this is definitely going to be coils. I just don't know if where I'm going to place them. This is then, and there. Yep. Maybe copper just comes in here. And then it goes out on this belt. And then it picks up from the belt and goes into electrical components, which will also need iron inbound, which will be here. Oh, this is high quantity out, so this will be yeah, and then iron inbound here, and then these components. Copper is less than iron. Okay, so, and I get 4 out, so I get, that has to be the return. And then the final one is copper. So this is sorting out all of the tier 1 intermediates, I guess. Some items need more than one belt if you want to use it all. I don't want to use more than a full belt. This is a bus. It's just, yeah. That's how it's going to be. Not going to be trying to build that ratio. It's just, it'll trickle along. Most of it will be stuck at most of the times once it's just gone through the initial stage here. So here. There. Okay, so should we try making it? Clearly we suddenly have way too much space here compared to there. Now here's another thing, like if we look at the other stuff on the bus, like plant matter for example, that's something that has to come in from somewhere else because I'm not going to make it on this bus. It's going to come in somewhere else. Either fiber or this, no, the final product, the plant matter frames are going to come in. So we'll just make somewhere that makes this, I guess. Yeah. And then Shiverthorn, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Limestone, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. This is okay. Shiverthorn, I don't know what we're going to do about Shiverthorn. And I guess we want one with limestone as well. Like, really want one is maybe a bit much. But limestone is used for this one and for that one. That's it. Plant matter frames and coolant. Coolant on a train. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, this external. So we bring this in. But is coolant used for anything except the cooling system? Like, I would hope it would be used for some of this. Belts. Belts. Yeah. Any of these? No. Okay, so this will be plant metal frames here. Let's try to get those up in different locations here. It's clearly a little bit too much here. Mm-hmm. No? So that's something, and that's something else. Yes, that's perfect. There we go. Plant metal frames and coolant are coming out here. Used to up production on Kindlevine. And both Kindlevine extract and Shivathorn extract used in Atlanta mixture. But I'm not going to make... Atlanta mixture has no place here. Atlanta mixture has one use, as far as I can tell, unless you tell me something else. But as far as I can tell, the only use of Atlantum mix is to become Atlantum. So we bring in Atlantum bricks or ingots because they are used for a few things. Like there. And advanced circuits as well. And we need one for... I don't really... I really don't like this... like this fidgeting now that it's becoming. Like all the beautiful things we started making is already completely messed up now. Because of these boxes, and replacing the boxes with something else is just going to be difficult in another level. But yeah, let's get some of this going. Just trying to figure out where I could do this. Here. Nope. And then we didn't need one with Atlantum. Good. I think this is awful. What would be actually better would be, first of all, it would be a lot better if they could actually be put on top of each other. Yes, please. But they can almost be that, right? If I do this. Yeah. And then how are you not connecting then? I don't know, maybe something like this, or maybe not. I can always just remove these afterwards. Like, where do you? And then copper is. Let's start trying to branch this out. Okay, so you take that one out, and then this will be iron going backwards. So it'll go to this location. It won't go up unless I have at least the first one here. It kind of indicates that we really should have just one line. All right. That goes up here and onwards. Yep. Next is the inbound iron. Yep, which comes from there. And then this is the return. And then it goes like that. Using the bottom row first is not an option. Yes, it is. But I think I've been sort of thinking about it as a waterfall, so things start from the top and go down. So I guess that's kind of why I just thought of it like this. But now that you say it, it's obviously better to have it on the lower one. And it's so much better idea that I'm actually going to change it now. So. Oh, look at that. I can delete these. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Except that you're in the way, but there's a lot of tinkering with this before we actually get some progress. Yeah. So. Yeah. Not you. Whoa. Okay, this did not work as well as I'd hoped. That's why they have to do it. Oh. Good. So now that's coming in here, and that goes. And then the return comes here. That is weird. It's not just weird, it's also incorrect. They actually have to have belts in the beginning. Otherwise they get too close to the police. There you go. And then when I go here, there we go. And this next one. Well, that's not bad, I think. I think that's very meaningful. Thank you. Good suggestion. So copper comes in here. And the only thing we're missing is removing this layer because it's full of copper. And replenishing again for whatever comes in. Good. Now you always have to bridge it. Is this creative mode to actually how the game works? This is how the game works. This is just like building a bus in Factorial. You're gonna build some stuff. Yeah, these are... I think there's a very, very good point in saying whatever you bring in has to be as close to the ground as possible, because that's much easier to manage. Yes. All right. Let's go back and see if we have any of the Mark II smelters thing. And then maybe make some more. Oh, music just stopped for a second. I was just panicking. I need you. And I need you. Yeah. Output is full. Let's see how many we got. 12. It's not a lot, but what I could do is make it in a faster one. That's not what we want. That one. It's going to be twice as fast. So that's something. Sweet. Is the game making quick saves? Yes. And yes. They make quick saves, then I make hourly saves as well. And then I just need to... I think we'll build 2 of each. Probably only 1 of each right now, just to be honest. And there. So, you. Also the fact that you can't upgrade directly. Ugh, that would be nice to have that. Instead you have to deconstruct, lose all the stuff in it, and then go. There. No, assembler there. Electronics. And then ideally I would sort of make 2 of each and then add more as needed. Okay, so then we need like lights, because that's always essential to have lights here everywhere. Hope I don't have to move everything.
A new subscriber.
No dash. Oh, thank you for
Fills you with
converting
determination.
a Prime Gaming sub to a regular sub. Thank you very much for that. And why am I so eagerly excited about that? Shouldn't it be the same? Well, I am on my way to try to get to, or trying to maintain at this point, 350 subscribers, not counting gift subs and not counting Prime subs. So every tier 1 sub, or tier 2 and tier 3, is a much bigger help these months than usual. Therefore, I appreciate them even more. So thank you for considering that and supporting me in that way. On top of course, also on Patreon. And a month like this is really rough. And I am just... you know, there's this easy fallacy when if you work sort of an accord, if you're let's use a taxi driver, right, or an Uber driver these days. So if there's nothing to do, it's tempting to work more to sort of get your same daily rate that you would expect, or monthly rate. But the argument is obviously incorrect, because you're going to work more hours when it's slow for a less hourly wage to get the next one. And then if it's a really good day, like up to Christmas or New Year's or something, you don't have to work very many hours to make your daily wage, and woohoo, and then you go home. It should be the other way around. It should be like slow period for taxi rides or games. Then you should be scaling down your activity, or January for YouTube ad revenue, scaling down your activity. The good times when there's a new exciting games, you go all in. I'm just not very good at it. I'm not very good at scaling down. I'm trying, and I am struggling with my old guilty conscience about how much of a slacker I am. But yeah, and I still, because right now it's summer vacation, isn't it okay to take some time off? And then, for example, when Dyson Sphere comes out, then go all out, that kind of thing. That would make so much more sense. It's just really difficult for me to scale down on this. So, streaming every night I can, and every night I take the day off, I feel guilty about it, which I obviously shouldn't, but I do. 4 in, 2 out. We're just gonna start to see if that works. No. I can't be the only one who feels like this. It's 1 in, 2 out, and it's very quick. Keeping up? Yes, we're keeping up. Barely. But no problem scaling up. Though, 24/7 Sabaton TSP expansion confirmed. I am not doing something that's not healthy for me, and that's definitely not healthy for me. Is it continuous? No, it's not continuous. There. Down. And now we're going to go. That's going to be a copper thing. Yeah, I can't. Okay, so that would need a little blob underneath there. Yeah. I think it actually needs this one, and then I just have to take it out where I don't need it. I would love to be able to sort of be better at that. I'm not awful at it. I'm definitely not, but it's one of those things where I feel that it would be nice if I could do that, could take some more days off without a guilty conscience. But right now it's even more difficult because of this milestone thing that I have to work on. So I can't, if I end up taking too many days off and then lose my opportunity to do to hit that goal, that would be absolutely disastrous. Oh, did I lose? I lost connection to chat. I don't know if I'm still online. Okay, so that goes in, and from here, punch through that one. There, right? Cool. Looks like my chat is... I'm not seeing anyone driving, so if there's anyone awake, please say something in chat, because it just keeps spinning the connecting chat in one of my windows, so I would guess I'm not online anymore. Something. Good, thank you. Oh, missed some things. Okay, missed a lot. A little bit. Yes, yes. Okay, do you need the belts in front where nothing is on it? Or could you build the belt up in between? Okay, it just keeps being connecting to chat, so that sucks on that window. But in the other one, no, also lost connection to chat. What about here? Also lost connection. Okay, so chat is not working. Great. Four in, two out. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Another something. There we go. Now it works again. This... it's actually not getting stuff in fast enough here. Okay, so 3 and 4. 3. Oh, that's output full.
You have returned.
Gamer needs some kind of overflow mechanic and item sync. My factories constantly get clogged with plant matter. Yes. Or limestone. One or the other. I saw that there was a chat message, but I can't see anything on any of my logs because it doesn't come up in chat. So thank you, kind subscriber. Much appreciated. I can't thank you for who you are, but I eventually will be able to, I hope. Yeah, I didn't get the one with, do you need the empty ones? I don't know what that means. Like, these empty ones, if I don't have the empty ones here, then when I go up here, they get too close. And I want these lines to be parallel, whether there is a belt or not. So they have to go over belts, the waterfall ones. Oh, can't get through that one. There. And then I can take this out. And then I get another one. Oh, hold on. Do I want that on the copper belt? Sure. Could also throw those back here. Nah, they can be used for a lot, so we'll put some other stuff back there. Just thank for all the factory content. Thank you. Well, no fear. It's going to be continue to come in with more factory content as long as there is an interest for it. So it's kind of what I do. And I don't want to do anything else. I'm actually thinking like if hey Digital Wolf, I'm thinking that would I be streaming if I didn't like had no problems with income, like zero problems. If I bought some ridiculous NFTs and made a fortune or some other stupid thing, or bought some bitcoins, or you know, whatever, and then I was like, okay, I don't need it at all, would I still be streaming? I think so. And would I be as, not saying competitive, but as focused, as business oriented as now? I think so. I don't think that would change at all. Which is weird, right? It's just that when I do something, I'd like to do it well. And then it would still be sort of for my own sake, like, oh, I need more viewers, and yeah, it's, you know.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Uh,
Welcome home.
WD Harris, thank you for the 27 months. Much appreciated. What is your opinion on the game so far? Yeah, this might be the last episode, or it might not. I might do another one, because now that we have this bus, then it's kind of a little bit more fun to try to figure out what we're going to do about it. Oh, this is a problem, isn't it? That's a problem. Yep. Iron ingots and copper wire have to be on the same side.
A kind gesture.
Thank you, Silver Cecil, for the 200 bits. I have absolutely no faith that we're going to make anything start today. Alright, I'm going to try this, but it's probably not going to work. Alright, so what do we think about the game? I think it's a good game. That's a good place to start, right? And let's see. Can I get another one out? Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. I think we might get a hype train started, and then gonna get us like maybe kind of to a level 1. Look at this. We're just not keeping up. Yeah, this is why we need it. They need 4 outputs here, and then we need the input on this side as well. Yeah, stack inserter, yes. But let's make it like this, and they'll, yeah. All right, so if you have a subscription and you want to support the channel, or if you renew your subscription, now is probably the time. We are as close as we've ever been today with 1 sub and 200 bits. So this is probably the only trade we can do it. I can't write development graphics and music are nice, although perhaps a little bit too much bling bling. Yes. Yeah, so let me, while seeing if this one happens, then let me just digest a bit. So first of all, I think it's a good game. It's a small company. It's a first game. It's I don't even know how big it is in terms of many developers. It is in a genre we like. The features work as you would expect. I think that what is evident is that by having voice acting, a story, and missions, then a lot of the development capacity is focused towards that, which I know doesn't take development capacity to do voice acting, but it still does, because there has to be a game designer, and the focus on what are we going to do is sort of shifted between different things. And it's people working on it, which would be people that could have been a developer working on some other things, right? So by having those elements, there's less focus on the purest factory aspect of it. And those are the things that are least good. Like, I think a really core component of a factory game is like how fast and how efficient can you build. That didn't seem to get off the ground here. Like that's a core part. Like you have to think about like how fast you're laying belts, how things. And I think that they made one decision, which is, I don't know if that's an expression in English, but it feels like they're sitting between two chairs. Instead of sitting on the chair and go like, this is like going to be an excellent PC game that you're crisp and cool, easy commands, or it's going to be, this is going to be a console game. Then they're going to be like, we're going to design it with a console interface in mind that can also be done with PC. That means it's better playing it with the controller than Factorio and Satisfactory and Dyson Sphere and Captain of Industry, obviously. But it also means that it's kind of miserable to play with a PC. Good night, Michael. I feel it's a miserable experience trying to make the belts do what you want and sort of interacting with things, because it is designed too much with a controller in mind, that it must be possible to do this as a controller with the belt. So you sort of, now you are the belt and you control, it goes here and it turns, it goes and there and up and down, and it has to guess that you want to go up and down because you can't really drag those things, right? I think I'm still pretty miserable with the controller, but I'm pretty sure it's better than any of the game, any factory game on a controller. But then I'm like, why the hell do you make a factory game with a controller in mind? Like, that makes no sense. Like, it just makes absolutely no sense. Like, design it with a steering wheel then. It's a weird thing that is a priority. Then maybe it's like, oh, we want to make it on Game Pass, and there's a requirement with Game Pass, or you get better promotion on Game Pass or Microsoft if you can also brand it, or you think it's a wider audience. I don't know what. Benny, thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated. So you get a wider audience, but you don't, in my opinion, and I'm not sure I have all the facts for it, Factorio has sold millions of copies. Satisfactory has sold 1 million copies? I don't know. There is a market. But there's only a market if it is really good. So by not making it really focused, you have a less appeal to a wider audience, but that's not the same, because you want it to be the game that everyone plays, and then suddenly all the big streamers pick up, and then there is a sort of a momentum behind it because it's so good. It just works, right? Like, there have been these games that sort of Valheim, for example, came out of nowhere. It wasn't promoted. It was a small game, and then because of the way that you built in Valheim, it's like, this is nice, and it looks good despite being weird. And then you see some of the big streamers picking it up and really falling in love with it, and then everyone else starts playing it and go like, oh, this Valheim thing is moving. What? Let's take a look at it. And you want to get that effect. And that effect, you don't get that by sort of having an okay experience. You have to have something that's just head and shoulders and new and head and shoulders above everything else, or in some aspect, or new and innovative, or something like that. If it's just sitting squarely, comfortably within a genre, Automation roguelike game, yeah, that's an interesting thing that could happen. And that's except one thing, I don't think there will ever be a factory game good with a controller. Yeah, and branding something as this is the best. I know they're not doing it, but this is the best factory game out there to play with a controller. It's like, yeah, or a steering wheel, or a joystick. It's irrelevant because it's not something you'd want to strive for. It's a weird and absurd parameter to compete on and be the best at something that who cares? Like, it's like saying this is the factory game with the highest saturation of colors. Like, yes, it is, but that's not necessarily a good thing. It's not a competitive edge that you can market on. Yeah. And I don't know how many people are playing it on with a controller. I don't know. I also think that if you want to make a factory game and you say, I want to make it for a controller, you make it 2D, right? You don't make it 3D, right? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, factory games are such a niche, yes. But it's a niche that's big enough for a small company. Like, when Satisfactory can be a success, and I'm pretty sure Captain Industry is also a financial success, considering there are 3 people working on it. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm liking a lot of it, but I think that, and this is like the first version of early access, I'm thinking a lot of it is like, it could use a little more polish. And here's the problem, the really, really big problem with that. If I play an early access game and it has something that is truly unique and truly interesting and it works, then I don't care that it doesn't have a lot of content. Then I'm like, I want more of this. This is fun. This is interesting. This tickles my fancy. The best example I can come up with is Desynced. Holy shit, I was in love with that. And when we sort of wrapped our head around it, like, here's an automation game. It doesn't have belts, but it has programmable things, and there's no such thing as this is a building and this is a vehicle. You combine it. Maybe you want a solar cell vehicle. Yeah, if you want it, you make it. Like, that's new. That's interesting. And it didn't have much content. And it was really rough around the edges. But it had this thing, this hook that really pulled me in, and it just went like, oh, I gotta get more of that. Give me more of that. I think the biggest problem of Captain Industry is the lack of tutorials. I think that was true a year ago, but it's definitely not true now. The tutorials are absolutely amazing right now. There's a little bit of tweaking on the sequencing of it, in my opinion, but they are really good. And they're also really clear, like, make 3 oil drills, make 1 basic distillery, connect the drills to the basic oil distillery, make sure that you handle the waste. Okay, and it triggers on every single one. I think that the tutorials in game are absolutely excellent, right? And then if not, then come to my YouTube channel. There's playthroughs. So an indie game has to do something unique to entice people. And I think it's also a little bit of Captain of Industry. It doesn't have that that one thing. What it does is it does all the things it does really, really well. Like, Captain Industry is a joy to play because the user experience is so crisp. It's not the greatest UI. It's a little bit too much gray boxes upon gray boxes and a little bit too engineering focused, but it's like, it's so easy to work with belts and pipes and connections. It does the things that you'd want it to do. Just familiarize yourself with it, and it becomes like really easy. Like, okay, do around corner, go in, connect, don't connect, come here, go around, over there, above, and it's good. So that's something I like that very much. And then Captain Industry's main problem, I think, is that it looks a bit boring. It doesn't look enticing. When playing Satisfactory, if you don't care for the game, you can still enjoy it because it's beautiful. If you watched me play Satisfactory, and then suddenly you join a day and I play Factorio, you're most likely not going to keep watching because it looks bad and you don't know what this game is. But if you join for Factorio and you one day see me play Satisfactory and you don't know what it is, then you'll probably be like, oh, this is a factory game in 3D? Looks neat. I'm going to sit and watch it for a bit. And that's then the aesthetic side. Okay, it is catching up, but it's not really inbound wide. It's not getting enough. And takes on early access factory games. Thought about doing a video on it. No, because those are really too meta for me. I think Techtonica currently also pretty bad for discoverability of controls. Nowhere you could find in-game told me how to hover works in, for example. Yes. I agree. But I think those are some of the things where they might be like, yeah, we want to do a tutorial for it, but we have to focus on other things first. I can totally understand it. You're just making your job a little bit harder. There's also the argument that you'd want to see what people actually have issues with before you start fixing, because maybe you make tutorials for things that are obvious and then you don't have tutorials for things that are, well, not obvious. So there's, like, ideally we'd want the whole game in the beginning. I think the Darkest Dungeon 2 and particularly Darkest Dungeon 1 were really good early access games because they had, like, the fundamentals. They were entirely playable. There just wasn't a whole lot of things to do, which meant that you played it a bit and you wanted more. Like, you really want, with an early access game, you want people to leave wanting more. If I leave a game, an early access game, because I'm frustrated about the way it plays, I'm not coming back. Like, I'm never gonna play Astro Colony again. I got burned by that game twice. I'm never playing it again. That's it. And that's sad because there's a lot of things that can be fixed, but I just felt that, no, you wasted my time. You disappointed me by having some things that just should be fixed and they're not fixed. So therefore I'm like, sorry, I'm not giving you any more chances. But there are other games like Foundry or Techtonica. When we saw them in alpha last year, they were like, ooh, this is interesting. I want to see more of this. And then we see it and it's fun. So I'm definitely not saying Techtonica is a bad game. I'm enjoying it very much. Let me see how many hours I've put into it. 69 hours. Nice. I think I'm going to play 100 hours of Techtonica, and any game you're going to put 100 hours into, that's not bad. It's just our measuring stick is thousands of hours, which is completely unfair to any game developers. Like, getting 100 hours of fun for $30. It's pretty good. Pretty good, right? So, by that measure, good game, lots of fun, and this is early access, and there's gonna be more. The problem is when it has to compete against Dyson Sphere Program, Satisfactory, Factorio, Captain of Industry. Yeah, those are the four, I would say. Oxygen not included, I wouldn't call that a factory game. It kind of is, but it's more of a colony builder. So, definitely, I wouldn't call it a factory. It's not a factory game. So, yay, we have stuff. I have so much to say. What is DSP? DSP is the best factory game. Yeah, it's my favorite, I think. If you can have a favorite. Of course, when I played it for a while, then I want something else. Dyson Sphere Program. Yeah, man, it's... I think that the part with Dyson Sphere Program is that it's because it's so polished. Hello, Diddle000. Welcome. When we'll have enemy patch, this will become my number one. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we don't know. I also think so, but it's... And so Dyson Sphere Program is also a good example. Like when we got our hands on it the first time, like, oh my God. Remember when you saw the first trailer video? That was exactly the same feeling I had when I saw the first Satisfactory trailer video. That was like, oh, I'm in love. Oh, I must have it. I must have this in my life. And when you got to play it, it was like, oh, this looks so good. And you just didn't care about the silliness of the small planet. Because like, it doesn't matter. It's so cool. I can totally ignore that. So, that is super amazing, and you want to get that experience because that's the stuff that makes, like, when you get that kind of experience, you get some, yeah, you get that. I don't know. I don't like calling things viral, but it is like the synergistic effect of people playing it. There are big streamers who play whatever is popular this week, and they have some things they're looking for, and then suddenly once in a while they'll get something else because they sort of hear good things about it either from their communities or from other streamers, and then they're the ones who sort of, like someone like Carnage. If he picks up a game, then it gets sitting there casually with 10,000 viewers or something, and then yeah, lots of people will start playing it. Yeah, the first time you get to space, like the first time you do anything, like, for me, the thing with, like, when playing Dyson Sphere Program, the whole game, if the whole game was on one planet, it would be a good game. It would be a game the size of Techtonica, right? It would be a solid game that you could put 100 hours in, have a good time, and then go like, I enjoyed myself. But then it just goes like, no. This is not just a planet. This is not just a solar system. This is 32 solar systems. Enjoy. Go out there, build some Dyson Sphere, which is something you don't see a Dyson Sphere in the game. The titular object in the game, you just don't see it until you played for 50 hours or something. And that is courageous to do that. And it's amazing. And that's why I have 1,000+ hours in Dyson Sphere, because it's so big. So that's the kind of thing that you have to find that X factor when dealing with early access. There's something there that really just then I also think like the visual is important. Like, remember, they've really turned up the saturation of the colors since the early access. The early access was a lot more bland and sort of muted colors, but they are very shiny. Even when I don't do this, still things are really shiny, and maybe also a little bit too shiny sometimes, but then also sometimes still a little bit too dark. And it's a tough one to figure out when you don't have sort of natural overhead lighting from the sun or a star. Love the DSP music. Yeah, that's great as well. The only thing I don't like about DSP music is the fact that one of the absolute best songs is only played when you're around a black hole. And I'm like, but I want it all the time. Hello, I'm Fat Dragon. Good to see you. It has definitely been a while with you, but good to see you. Your little train there has faded to a dim purple. Oh, this issue of when you play it. First, you dislike looks. After like 100 hours, DSP make this go away, I feel. Wow. About this approach is when this is your first playthrough, then other planets become kind of like a new game. Ah, right, yeah. Some mental health stuff, the usual. Oh, sorry to hear that. Grab a chair, settle in, enjoy yourself, and I'll take good care of you. I don't know. I'll try at least. Yeah. So I wanted to thank you. I watched your YouTube channel of Techtonica. It's awesome playlist. Thank you. I wanted more and started to listen to others, but their presentations are, in my opinion. Thank you. Now, since you volunteer, and welcome to the to our little Twitch hangout here. So I don't know if it's for my reflection or for my fragile ego, but not saying negative things about other people. What is it that you like in terms of the style? Is it because it's nice that I fall asleep within 5 minutes of you starting a video? Because, you know, that's what gets someone. Builds are way sexier than my feeble attempt. Ooh, like, oh, I like it. I have the sexiest builds. I tried explaining that to someone at the Tantric festival. Like, when talking about it, I was like, oh, but why do people watch it? Like, I have the sexiest builds. Like, that makes no sense. Like, I know, but I do. My builds are sexier. Yeah. How is your game running so smooth? Mine is lagging. Yeah, I don't know. Mine is usually exploded, but let me just check now that you mention it on what we're doing. Oh, we forgot our break. We've been having so much fun chatting. It's actually not been overheating today. I think I need to leave the door on the cabinet open because it might just be sort of choking the fans. I think that's actually fixing, or but hopefully alleviating our crashing issues. All right, let me just get that one out here. Okay, so now we need to focus on what is next. We look at it from here and then look at the other intermediates. We'll need to get this one in on a box, this one in a box. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These two come in, and then we need to make the processor unit. We need to make a cooling system, and we need to make advanced circuits. Okay. None of them need copper at all, right? No. Next one will be this one. Electrical components. Okay. So here we see you get 2 out, 4 in, 3 in. So that means we get the inbounds closer and the outbound further away. Oops, those are fake. At least one more stream to finish the boss. Oh yeah, sure. I'm just the only thing I'm like I want to do it. You hear the butt, right? You hear the butt coming. There isn't really a lot of user engagement in these streams, and that is very much affecting whether I am sort of interested in continue to do this. There has to be a sort of a meaning to playing this in terms of sort of also sort of keeping the conversation going and just... Yeah, doesn't work. Are you stuck out there? No. Oh no, you're not stuck. You're just playing. That's ugly. Well, now that was kind of stupid because now there's no reason to... Can I rotate? No, I can't rotate it. I have to delete it to rotate it. There we go. Okay, so those will be... One will be plant fiber and the other one will be something else. And then I will get... Yeah. And for Dragon resubscriber Prime, thank you for the 13 months. Is the stream stuck or is it me? No, I'm just playing very slowly. That's sorry. I'm just not that fast. No, I keep right clicking here. I am... I also have a little bit of an issue with something else, and that's very, very relevant right now and not really relevant either later on. Oh, I just lost everything there. My mind is everywhere else. What I experienced last week was mind-blowing and transformative, really, and my mind is still on that, and I can't sort of let it go. And I shouldn't. So just pause for no reason. Your pace is very good. Thank you. Sunrise? What are you talking about? And that's just... oh, they are not connected. Of course they're not connected. Oh, I forgot that. That's the thing. The morning. Right. Well, no, it was not particularly that, but it was just more in general about all the stuff that happened, and sort of some my own reflections on differences I need to make in my life or want to make in my life, that would probably be good, and things that I have changed and seeing the result of it. I don't understand the thing you went to. Yeah, no, I don't really understand it either. It doesn't, it makes no sense. And when you try to explain it to people outside of it, then it makes even less sense. And you can hear how much it doesn't make sense. And it made perfect sense when you're there. That sounds like even more of a cult thing than it is. Yeah, it's not really sort of like in terms of sort of vanilla or kinks or sexual thing. It's just more of a it was a giant mindfuck on how things could be different if you just dared be more open and honest and loving, and then just yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff that weird rules we set for ourselves. What was the other thing we wanted? Oh, is that this one, right? That's empty. Crap. Yeah, we definitely need to scale this up to a structured thing. Let's take these 3 out and replace them with red ones. If that's even gonna work. Did I accidentally delete something? I must have. Okay, so where are you going? You're going that way and that way for what? Ah, that's for processes. Yeah, they go in here for processes. And where are the processes disappearing to? Why did you erase all your pre-vacation stream? Erase? I did not. They are on my VOD channels, as always. That's where I put them. Ah, it's because this one is infinitely making, and it actually has to keep making way beyond what it's making now. So, yeah, processors are going to be a big issue. Definitely something we need to make a lot more of. Yeah. So I have my I haven't either one place or... Oh, that's a lot of megajoules. I know someone was saying you need a lot of accumulators later on. Yeah, that seems like a lot. We're maxed out, but we need 10 times as much as we have now. What is the end game of this? This is basically end game of it. We just need to fill up these things. This is the end game goal here. It's not that... Yeah, we could easily get it by just waiting. Like a little bit like in Satisfactory when you get... or making one of everything, then you can just wait. Well, the problem with this is really how we're gonna get this in. Like I will have to redo 2 weeks of work. Oh no! Talking about being efficient and those things. Anyway, heading to bed. Oh, what? It's all that. What kind of 2 weeks? Other one of us misses. Yeah, but I think you're okay. So, Emperor Dragon, I think you're missing the. It's not a sexual. It's not for the sexual things, right? It's for It's not a. It's not a sex thing I went to. It's. Yeah. I mean. Yeah. Oh, 2 weeks worth of sock knitting. Oh no, you should share that on Discord. Maybe not when you found out that you made it wrong. Sorry to hear about your sock disaster. Okay, so oh, I need to keep one of those in inventory. And that means the second one is the one that goes in. I could blame you for keeping me distracted. You could blame me. You being... I will happily take the fault for that. Happily. Okay, and that's this one coming in. And the other one will actually be coming in from wherever we actually have that. There. There. That should work. And then I need to get this to somewhere. Let's keep this in the back row. This is filled up. Okay, so... No. These are already taken. So that goes up to the third one. That one. No, there we go. I like it. Also somewhat popular in the hacking community. What? Anyone else have cats? Because I have a problem with my cats. Like, right now, they just fucking reek. They're just in here in my room, and then I'm going, I don't know why you smell so bad. Stop smelling bad. That's three of them. The reason I don't have cats myself, I moved out of the family house. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, cats don't smell generally. Like, they don't smell generally, but suddenly, like, maybe they're farting or something. I don't know. Because, ew. I could do without that. I think they're pretty sure they smell awesome. I'm sure they are. Now, don't you? I wouldn't trust a cat further than I can throw them. They are not trustworthy. And I mean, it's like you're lying in your bed, you're sleeping, having a nap, and the cat comes over, and you look up, and it goes like, "I'm not gonna eat you. I'm just here to cuddle. But if you're dead, I might as well." And it was just checking. You know, just maybe. Give them a bath. It's if it was like they don't smell normally, but it's like I think they're just farting or just thing. But it's because if they smelled all the time, I would definitely scrub them. They don't. It's just that sometimes then when they just want to make it cozy, they don't know. I was just thinking maybe that was like, oh yeah, cat problem. That's because of the diet that you're feeding them. They should be vegan. No. I think that in order for us to really continue this one, we actually have to make a dedicated build for this. Which is a little bit of a issue, I guess. There's so much now. Now this is a completely different type of base we're building, and it's really difficult because it's basically like a lot of things that have to be redone. Clearly, we don't have enough of the plant matter fiber or the plant matter frames, so we need to make a separate factory for that we can then bring in, because I just don't have enough in my original base either. So it's kind of, yeah, let's just find a little space, make a little base of that, bring it in, which is like another couple of hours, which is not bad. It's kind of the essence of factory games. Have you sterilized your cat yet? Yeah, they are sterilized. Or, I don't think it's sterilized, it's neutered, right? When they're male. Yeah. Let's get this one out. So, should never give a cat a bath they don't like. The cats will wash themselves. Sometimes mine should give a bath for medical reasons. Yeah. I know. Like, cats should be able to clean themselves, and they are clean. There are like, and yeah. But of course, if they've gotten into something. But these are indoor cats, so it's not like they are getting full of filth from anything that they come home bathed in mud, and you sort of from your own perspective want to bathe them. But yeah. Cats don't smell bad. No bath, I agree, but must keep their box very clean. Yep. Clean every day. But that's the thing, like, I mean, it sounds like it wouldn't make sense if it was like, if they were filthy all the time. Then I wouldn't be like, I couldn't be sitting here with cats around me for 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours and then suddenly go like, ugh. Because then it would be like a permeating smell that would be always there. And that is the sterilized. That's why I asked. Yep. You know what? I'll just call them at the place I got them. Maybe they'll be like, oh yeah, that's just the lovely smell of cats. I mean, to be honest, when I go like, ew, oh, what is that smell? Usually it's not the cats. So, but that's kind of one of the reasons why you get cats or dogs, is that it's just easy to blame the cats or the dogs. Did they get over the cold? Yeah. I also talked to a vet. And just got some pointers on what to look for. Like, as long as they're like with the trouble with breathing, and so like one good sign was like, as long as they're cleaning themselves, then they're not that sick, because that's only something healthy cats do. Like, if they're feeling really miserable, then they wouldn't have the energy to clean themselves. And we're like, that makes sense, right? When you're down with pneumonia, the first thing you think about is not like, oh, when's my next shower coming along? So yeah, it makes sense. It's also like good to have these kind of signs of like, okay, this will pass, or keep an eye on it, or you can also drop it with some salt drops, like with nose if they wanted to. Yeah, that was fine. It just took a few days. It was just like, as a new cat owner, better safe than sorry. So, right, I think we need to go build some other factory, because I like this. This has potential, but it needs to get something inbound, and we can't get something inbound unless we have stuff. I need to build it a little bit away from this, because it needs to be, yeah. Where would that be? Where could we build something? My vet got a mouth cancer at 18. At 18. Okay, that's also a... He's a healthy age for a cat. Well, it's a high age. It's a normal age. She was super scruffy at the end. Was too emotional to be in the room when they sent her off. Oh, poor thing. Yeah, I mean, maybe both you and the cat. Yeah, that's always the thing, right? With pets, you know that they, well, have an expiry date. Now I need to find yet another place where we can build stuff. Maybe we can leech some space back here. Because I don't think it's going to be too big of an area. I was thinking here. Okay, it's... Oh, stupid limestone build. Always a limestone. Can probably not build in here. There's also some copper there, but maybe outwards? I don't know. I just don't want to be mining too much. Like this area, maybe it's good enough. Months later, it was the first time I heard my dad cry. Tell me if I'm oversharing. It's alright. But that's also an interesting thing, right? Because, like, let's take it from that to a parenting perspective. Like, men crying is like, for you, that's clearly a big deal. Oh, okay, sorry, kind of ruined Victor there. It's a big deal because you've never seen it before. But why is that so bad? Like, men are not good at crying. Because it's showing weakness. Because you're vulnerable. You're emotional. Men can't be like that. That was a good one. Men are being taught they mustn't cry and it's BS. Yes. Let's see. Okay. I need some of these in play again. 9. And we need some of this. So, let's do some little bit of design work for this part. I believe that we need 6 of these. And that goes into a... Still not one of those. It shouldn't actually go into one of these, but it could go into. But definitely that goes into the next one. And then we have issues with the outputs. I don't like these builds. I really don't like them. I don't think they're well designed. Captive Industry does this really well. Like every time there's something, there are a couple of options for what to do. Here, I just don't really feel the options are very good because the only thing you can do is biobricks, and we don't need more biobricks. Yeah, I used to design from Atlantium. Yeah. Yay, we got some of those. And this one is dead because this one is dead. I didn't even notice that. Need warnings as well. Like, this is the kind of thing where when talking about like factory games, like having a warning system, having an ability to limit inputs, outputs, that kind of thing. Like, yeah. But the problem is, this is... Well, that's funny. We actually have... Huh. Our main issue is going to be an excessive amount of Kindle wine, because this is what we need. The other one is not what we need. But what can we do with that? What can we do with Kindle wine or Kindlevine? We can't do anything about it, right? We can convert it into limestone, and we can loop the limestone back and take any excess of this, but we don't have any excess of this. That means we're just going to end up with a stockpile of limestone. There's no null thing. You can't get rid of stuff, which means we are going to end up with an excess of limestone that we can't do anything about. I guess hold on. We did get ore multiplication technique. Unlocks ability to sift through limestone to gather residual iron ore or copper ore. I have that. But it unlocks copper infused. But how do we get those? Unlocks ability to sift through. Does that mean we... Alright, this is just me testing now. No. And I don't know. Yeah, I started with limestone and a thresher. I don't know how to unlock it then. You craft the infused powders and then put them into the thresher. Oh, okay. So that means it's... Yeah, okay. It needs shiver thorns. Shiver thorn coolants as well. And iron ore. What? So we need iron ore. Ugh. That sucks. Wow, that sucks. Wow, wow, wow. That's kind of miserable. Okay, it better be like a really good recipe. I can't even imagine how good it has to be for this to make sense. I'm just now I need to look for some iron ore for this part here. Hello, Jeff. Any crashes? Nope, no crashes. All good. Okay, let's look over here. So it makes 2 of those. From all of this, I get 2. So let's put that into a thresher and see what we get from the threshing of that. So it turns... So it turns 2 iron ore into 5 iron ore. And then it turns 20 limestone. 10 limestone for each. To 2 for each. Yeah, okay. No, I'm not going to do that. Factory garage, I don't want to do that. I can also see that the highest temperature we've been up to is at maximum for all the cores is at 89, but most of them are 85. Which is really nice, and they're currently at temperature 60 something. None of them are higher than, yeah, core temperature is 63 right now, like average. Which is good. That's where you want to keep it at for this kind of thing when it's going all out in a game like this. So, yeah, okay, I can see that it is valuable, but it's also just way too complicated. I think the issue is that you can say that once you get it going, it's self-sustaining. And I guess you could sort of build something where you just go like limestone comes in, stuff comes out, or limestone and then shiverthorn or something comes out. But that limestone surplus is gonna kill us. Yeah, I'm... This is one of the things that let me see how I articulate. I think this is the core of my problem with Techtonica. I now have to set up a new factory. It has like a complicated flow of threshing and that kind of thing. And I don't want to. I try to come up with things to do instead of doing that. And it should be like, ooh, all right, let's see. This should be exciting. How are we gonna do this? And it's not. It's not. It's like, we're gonna get stuck with that. We're gonna have like massive storage of this, and this thing here just and it's not balanced, and the thresher can't be put next to the assembler, so they can't sort of automatically activate like loops around, and belts can't have very high capacity, and a thresher Mark II is way too fast. So like all those things that instead of jumping into the design challenge because of the potential, then there are so many like quirks that are just annoying, like the belts, the inserters, they're making it several. The belts are too slow, the inserters are too slow, the machines are too fast. Like all those things sort of mesh together to just not make it super enjoyable to start a new factory. And I think that's my summarize the whole thing into an essence. It is that thing. Like, I am not looking forward to the prospect of starting a new factory. Also, I need to spend 20 minutes carving out the mountain just to get room for the factory. And then when I do that, it's kind of the same problem I sometimes have later game in Satisfactory. Blueprints have alleviated when the blueprint here. It's going to be better as well. But it's the threshers, I am not good friends with them. I do not enjoy the threshers. Really do not. Yeah, priority splitters, just me allowed to do splitters, vertical belts, limits on storage. Yeah, those kind of things, right? Faster inserters. Threshers are not weird, they're bad. Like the idea that you're like it's still I cannot comprehend it, and I don't want to be cycling, but this is just mind-boggling that they're not allowed to be next to each other. Like, especially when these kind of things, like, just why? In what world is there a reason why they're not allowed to be next to each other? It makes no sense. And then you are stuck here, and then you're stuck with long-handed inserters that are shit, and then you're stuck with making them 3 apart, and that means they have to have a little belt in between just to get. And then, like, I don't enjoy this. I do not enjoy this. No. This. Why is this the right solution? Like, to move things from one machine to another machine, I have to do this, both because of quantity, also these have. Yeah, and this is the reason why I don't enjoy making the new factory, because it's those kind of conundrums that have to sort of be figured out all the time, and it's also why I don't think I can put that many more hours into it. I like making a bus like this. I like doing like, okay, we get things in, we get there, come here, we can do smelting columns, we can do that kind of thing. We can sort of figure out a good way of branching in and off and not that kind of thing. But threshers are not fun to work with. There are just so many things, like the belts, the inserters, the proximity thing around them, the speed, the excess resources, the fact that you can't get rid of things, that you need huge stockpiles, there's no warnings, like all those things together. Plus, you can't move things around, so you have to pick it up and put it down again, pick it up, put it down. You can't upgrade afterwards. Like, yeah, it's a giant overhead. Yes, it's a giant overhead. And that's kind of where I'm. It's okay because it's first version of early access. But I don't like being in a position where I leave my stream and my game session feeling like I don't really want to do this anymore. It should be like, oh damn, are we out of time? And that's the sort of it's the sum of all the nitty-gritty details that sums up to being sort of like a little bit of an ick feeling about it. So yeah, would you come back to in the future? Yeah, sure. And the thing is, like, when I leave it and tomorrow I'd want to play it again, but it's still not the right feeling at the end of a game session. And that's the stuff that sort of like, because I think it's a beautiful game. I think it's a fun game. I think it's a lot of potential. There are just some things that they have fundamentally made unfun, and that needs to stop. Because when you leave when it's unfun, you're not likely to come back. When you leave because there's nothing else to do, then you're definitely coming back. So that's the kind of thing, and I've been having that at the end of every Techtonica stream. I start up good, and we're doing some things, and then at some point I go like, oh, okay, now I need to make a thresher factor again. I fucking hate those. And everything revolves around threshers in this game. So yeah, right. So I'm almost certainly gonna play it more. And it's going to be fun, and I'll probably make some more YouTube videos as well, if I can just find the time. But I need to figure out, if we can just sort of figure out how to make threshers work. There's another thing is like lack of ratios. The fact that I don't know if it's 1-1 or 1-3 or 1-4 or 1-5, then makes everything just really awful. Really, really awful to build, because I don't like building things that are just running at 20% capacity because, well, I didn't know. and making it again it's not fun. So it's the kind of thing, like there are just too many things, right? Like the ex you should not be calling, maybe, maybe a little bit of that. Yeah, so I'm definitely thinking I'm coming back to it, both on the short term for maybe another stream here or there, and oh yeah, you know what the best thing about Twitter rebranding to X? It's definitely their new video service. So it's I enjoy it a lot. Definitely, it's just so enjoyable, and I didn't really expect that from the new Twitter. So if you want to look at the how good the new services, the new video hosting services is, then you just go to xvideos.com. It's the new Twitter video feed. It's pretty good. Lots of good videos. I'd highly recommend it. So xvideos.com. All part of it. So do check it out at your own leisure, preferably when you're at work. So good. I think on that happy note, I think we'll wrap up for today, and then that's your homework, checking out the new the new video content delivery platform for Twitter. I mean, sorry, X, called X Videos. So I gotta go to Talon. Running. Yep, I think that's a. Well, I'll give you some. I mean, after saying that, you're all gonna watch it anyway, so there's not gonna be anyone sticking around anyway. So thank you everyone for joining. Tomorrow it is satisfactory time. So thanks everyone. Good night. Take care. Maybe we'll get a hype train tomorrow. You never know. Good night.